diversifying our economy, utilizing scientists, engineers, artists that are working on design and development and pushing the bounds of the creative and the engineering and the technology world forward and establishing newer and newer industries within the country. And today it's about establishing a space economy. It's also about advancing a lot of the industries that we have today by the adoption of technology and stimulating growth there. And that's, in a nutshell, what has inspired me for the last few years.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot. You know, Gwen, you're I'm going to blame you for making all this stuff possible, because you built a doggone rocket that works, and it works really cheap compared to everybody else. So tell me a little bit about what took you to Northwestern, of all places, to make you a cat, and what brought you to today.
Well, I wanted to thank you for inviting me to this panel. It is an honor to be here working with you and the other fine panelists. So thanks very much. And it's also an honor to be part of this conference. It's a special conference. So how I fell into space, but I didn't quite fall into engineering. My mom took me to a Society of Women Engineers event when I was a teenager. And I fell in love with the mechanical engineer that was speaking that Saturday morning. And that day I decided to be an engineer. So I would say that I'm an engineer. It was my mother's fault. But as far as space goes, it was a really random situation. I was finishing up my master's degree at Northwestern, and I'll come back to why Northwestern. But I was finishing up my master's degree there, and I ran into a former professor from my undergrad, and he was working out in Los Angeles in the aerospace field, and he said, "Hey, we're looking for people like you, and you need to apply." And so I applied, I got the job, and I moved out from the Chicago area to Los Angeles. Started my space career in 1988, so quite some time ago. As far as Northwestern, this is, I think, is an important story to tell. When I was a young person figuring out where I was going to go to college, I was quite worried at the time, because this was the late 70s, actually. I was quite worried about being a nerd, not being part of the crowd. And so I really wanted to go to a university that was known for the arts. It was known for the journalism school. I did not want to go to a university that was purely known for technology. I'm hoping people's perspective on that has evolved, although Northwestern's obviously still a great school, both in the arts as well as technology. But I was quite afraid of universities like Massachusetts Institute of Technology. That was a scary place to go for a teenager. So I started my career in aerospace in '88 and have been doing really exciting work ever since.
Fantastic. And finally, Ellen, Dr. Stoffen, I brag about Dr. Stoffen because she taught me, she's my science teacher. She was my chief scientist when I was at NASA. And I came in as this, just plain old Marine Corps pilot, not knowing a lot. And she became my science teacher. She now runs the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum and has revolutionized what goes on there. So Ellen, tell us a little bit about how you happened to evolve to where you are today.
Well, Charlie, as you know, I actually grew up at NASA because my dad was a rocket engineer. I grew up going to launches. I went to my first launch when I was 4. Yet at that time, while I loved NASA, I actually didn't think about working there because everybody who worked at NASA looked like my dad. And so as I got older, I got really interested in science, and I knew I wanted to be a scientist. But, I would search for books about women scientists, and I'd find books about Marie Curie, and that was pretty much it. But at that time, Mary Leakey was in Africa studying human origins, and it was all over National Geographic. And I realized women can be scientists. They can make huge contributions. So I stuck with it. And when I was 14, the Viking landers landed on Mars. And I went and heard this guy, Carl Sagan, talking about how you could study the planet and understand its geology and its history and search for life. And I thought, oh, I can combine being a scientist with NASA. This is cool. So that's what I ended up doing. I've been lucky to participate in a ton of NASA missions to Mars, to Venus, staying at home, of course, to the outer solar system, studying the moons of Saturn. But I was really excited to come and work at the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum because this issue of whose stories do we tell? Are we telling stories to make sure that every kid sees themselves as someone who can build a new rocket, who can explore a new planet, who can build a more fuel efficient airplane? And so telling stories of all of our population is really exciting to me. And on top of that, the theme of the conference today, it's really fun at the Air and Space Museum to see how the space sector is changing over time and to talk about that, how everyone can participate, how the whole world, partially because of great companies like SpaceX lowering the cost of access to space, has made it easier for everyone to participate. And when everyone participates, we do more, we go further, we learn more. So it's a really exciting time to be part of the space sector. And I also want to thank the organizers for inviting me to be here today.
Great. Let me jump to the present. If for people who spend their lives on the freeway, like we do around here in the DC area, or Gwen when she's back home in LA, hopefully you don't spend a lot of time on the freeway, but there's a freeway between here and Mars. And believe it or not, it's crowded right now. And you may say, how can that be? Well, because there are 3 different spacecraft from 3 different nations that are like one right behind the other on the way to Mars. And, so I think out in front, we've got the Emirates Mars mission, the Hope probe, and I'm gonna ask Sarah just to talk very briefly about it here in a second. But right behind that is Tianwen-1, which is the Chinese Mars mission. And I don't think we know a lot about it, except that it's supposed to be an orbiter or a lander on a rover. And then behind that is Perseverance, carrying something that's never been on the planet Mars before, a helicopter. It's called Ingenuity. And they're gonna arrive at Mars February 9th, is that correct, Sarah? Okay, so that's number 1 is EMM, February 9th. The next day, Tianwen-1, February 10th. And then several days later, February 18th, Perseverance, and we get to see this crazy kind of landing again. So I'm gonna go backwards. Ellen, what's happening now? What's going on in the world of space exploration today, and what's important about how it affects humanity?
There's so much going on right now, from Perseverance, which we're really excited about, because Perseverance is actually going to cache a sample on Mars, pick up a sample, put it in a container for eventual return to Earth. Now, that's really critical because we think that there's a good chance that 3.5 to 4 billion years ago, life could have evolved on the red planet. And just think what an incredible discovery that would be, to help us understand what is the possibility of life, not just in our solar system, but that helps us understand the potential for life outside of our solar system in the universe. So that small discovery on Mars would actually have huge implications. So really excited about Perseverance and what it's going to accomplish. We're finishing up the James Webb Space Telescope that's going to be able to look within a few tens of millions of years of the Big Bang to understand the origins of the universe. It's going to be looking at the atmospheres of planets around other stars, looking for that oxygen, methane, carbon dioxide that could indicate habitability. So on the science front, there's just an incredible amount going on. And of course, the most important thing that I know, Charlie, you and I talk about a lot, is the fact that we have this whole flotilla of spacecraft from countries all around the world that are looking at planet Earth, making sure that we understand the effects of human-induced climate change on the planet, making sure we're making measurements that help agriculture, that help people understand sea level rise, that really help us adapt better and mitigate the effects of climate change while we do something to stop it.
Great. Gwen, talk to me a little bit about your world. You got this giant, big rocket that everybody's all interested in. And besides that, you're trying to help people in parts of the world that could never talk to the rest of the world before. So you've got these gazillion satellites that are zipping around Earth trying to help people talk to each other. Can you talk about that part of the world today?
Absolutely, Charlie. So outside of the Falcon and the Dragon program, which I find to be incredibly exciting, the new programs that SpaceX is working, the Starlink program, which is a low Earth orbiting satellite constellation for broadband. And low Earth orbit satellites don't differentiate what country you're flying over or what parts of the nations you're flying over. They have the capacity to put beams any place on Earth. we're so excited about this. We've already connected people that have never been connected or have hardly been connected. And so that's a really exciting project. So that's the Starlink program. And by the end of the year, we should have full global coverage, and any nation that wants to have this capability should be able to, anybody in the nation on the globe should be able to have that capability. And then there's Starship. Starship is an incredibly exciting program. Ilan's running that out of our South Texas facility down in Boca Chica, Texas. What is Starship? Starship is an evolution, a great evolution in rocket technology. Our Falcon program right now, the first stage is reusable. And if you think about human exploration or exploration of space, I think the best way to do that is with humans. Robotics are great, but there's a limitation there. So you can imagine, what would the globe be like now? What would humanity be like now if air travel wasn't what it is today? And what's a key feature of air travel? Air travel, the airplanes are reusable. You don't fly from LA to the UAE and then dump the aircraft, right? The aircraft gets to come back to the back to its home base. So we believe that rocket technology needs to be the same, fully reusable. Falcon has a first stage reusable. Starship has both first stage and second stage reusable. What does that mean? That means that will provide the ability for people to truly explore outer space in a way that is financially reasonable. And I say reasonable, you said Falcons are cheap. I still think millions of dollars is not really cheap.
Relative. It's a relative term.
You're right, relatively inexpensive. So the Starship program is super exciting. We're doing hops now. We did 3 hops of the upper stage, which is the Starship vehicle, last year. I believe we'll be getting to orbit this year with the first stage, the Super Heavy booster, as well as Starship on top. That will allow people to go to the moon and back. That will allow people to go to Mars and back, and really start the human exploration of our solar system. And my passion is to explore beyond the solar system. I want to find the other people, not in fossils on the surface of Mars or in some sort of residual capability. I want to find the actual living beings that are out in the cosmos.
See, I'm going to bring you back and let you talk to Pete Warden toward the end of the day here. So don't stray too far, but he's going to be talking about that. Sarah, let me come back to you. And I am shocked, pleasantly shocked that you're even able to sit here with us. Your stomach's probably churning and all other kinds of stuff, because I'm not sure people understood when I said you were the deputy project manager for the Hope probe for the Emirates Mars mission. You're leading the science effort. Why is it important? What's going on? And then another question that I think I understand, because I've been in your part of the world. What outside of science are you trying to do with the Emirates Mars mission?
So first, I'll speak from the global perspective of why the Emirates Mars mission is important. For us, as a first country and a first endeavor of going to planetary exploration, just leaving the confines of the surroundings of Earth was challenging in and onto itself. We've never done it before. And we had a short amount of time from when we started. So late 2013 was when we thought of the program. We started working on it mid-2014. That left us with about 6 years of design, development, testing, and launch, so that we can launch by 2020. And what that allowed us to do from an engineering perspective and from a science perspective is change the way the typical approach to planetary exploration happened. And what we did is looked at design and development methodologies, be it at Europe or US, and rethink how we're going to approach the design of our spacecraft. How are we going to reduce the time? How are we going to increase reliability without adding on additional burden? And then the cost was a major factor for us. And it's not cheap. It's hundreds of millions of dollars. It's $200 million, including launch. But relatively speaking, in a larger context of things, when compared to other missions to Mars, it is of a lower cost. And we had those constraints in mind. So 6 years, $200 million to launch this spacecraft. Therefore, revisit how you design and develop the spacecraft. And we even revisited how a country can enter into planetary exploration and ensure that its mission is scientifically viable. So our science questions are questions that the science community have asked, that there's no other mission that's providing the necessary data to answer them. And it's been through international collaboration. We collaborated with the University of Colorado Boulder, where our team worked in conjunction with their team on the project as one team, and approached the design and development of the spacecraft. And for once, we amalgamated the science team and the engineering team together from day zero, on working on designing this mission, and having our systems engineers sit together with the scientists and the instrument scientists to discuss how this mission would evolve. And that allowed us to cut down sort of the mission concept down to 3 months, to just understand what the spacecraft is going to be and what the instruments are going to be there. So this is from the perspective of this mission overall and what it's brought for us in terms of expediting the development of expertise, and also from the international community's perspective with regards to an approach to developing missions for outer space exploration. Now for the region, again, when we started this mission, a lot of the countries in the region have undergone the Arab Spring. A lot of turmoil was happening across the region overall, and a lot of youth were misused by various groups. Rather than developing their talents within stable nations to be able to positively contribute to the growth of their nations and regions. They were pulled towards being used by various groups and marginalized within their communities and not provided with the right skills. For us as the Emirates, that is our neighborhood, and that was unacceptable for us to be a neighborhood, especially that we are also a country that is largely made up of people under the age of 35. And this mission was entrusted to a team. We were all under 35. I think at the time of the start, most of us were under 30 when we first started working on the Emirates Mars mission. Our average age even to today is 27. 34% of the team are women. And that's completely based on merit. And that has instigated another dialogue within the region of what's possible. And if you take youth and entrust them with a program that is typically considered challenging, typically considered difficult, half of those missions succeed only, and allow them to develop in the right direction. And on the back of that, we've put together an Arab Pioneers program to train a select few engineers and scientists across the Arab world within one of our space programs. And that will be instigated, has been delayed due to COVID, but instigated hopefully towards the end of this year. That has changed a lot of the dialogue, as we've seen. And in 2020, after the launch, and I think this was alluded to early on, even sort of the framework of the region has changed with the normalization of the relationship with a lot of Arab nations with Israel. And that has, for space especially, and for technology, will open up a regional test bed for testing technologies, for developing startups, for allowing small businesses to grow, and with the cost of space going down, cost of access to space going down. And more importantly for me, the cost of space going down means more spacecrafts are being launched to space, which means for people that aren't able to build spacecraft, they have more data to play with. And that's where the role of data analytics and extracting value out of space systems comes into play. And that's going to play a vital role in instigating a lot of the space community in the region at a relatively lower cost because of the overall ecosystem. So perhaps, Gwen, I'd like to thank SpaceX for instigating that to start happening and for creating a new space sector. And that's a new demand for space, where before it was largely non-existent.
Okay, Gwen, I see your brow is furrowed as if you have questions to ask. Let me put you in the driver's seat here for a second. Pick one, Ellen or Sarah, and ask a question that's going through your beautiful head there right now.
I would love to ask Sarah, has she seen or could she share a story about a specific example, how the Hope mission has changed a young person's life in the UAE?
So early on in the mission, around 2014 or 15, we used to hold a lot of workshops with students at university. So we went all the way down to nurseries, 2 and 3-year-olds, all the way to university. And at one of the events, we came forward and spoke about the mission. We made a point that a lot of our outreach programs are conducted by team members. So the engineers, the research analysts that were working on the project were the ones that were providing those sessions. In one of them, a student heard what we were doing, and I think he questioned members of the team. So we'd sit with them in small groups. So that happened in the table next to me, and he questioned a member of the team on, so what are you working on? What kind of research do you do? How did you start your field of research and so on? It was a member of the science team. And a day later, he was a friend of a member of the team. He called and he said, because I've always been passionate about math and physics, but I thought it was an area that I couldn't find a job in the Emirates unless I wanted to become an educator, and I don't want to become an educator. And so he was a freshman studying international studies. And after that workshop, he went and changed his major from international studies to mathematics with a minor in physics. And that for me was a moment of, it's just one person, one story, but a moment of realization that someone studied something completely, perhaps he was passionate about it, but he was much more passionate about another area of work and thought that it was something that he cannot possibly work in. And that's one of the examples that we've had. I've also had another example of a mother calling up out of frustration. I don't know how I happened to call on my desk. We were running a space camp for students who were, I think 11 to 15 years old. She was trying to get her son into the program. Perhaps I think the time went off, and she just called and she said, my son is talking about space. I really don't understand what he's saying. Can you guys please take him and support him in this? I really don't know how to support him. And for me, that was a momentary pause, because when I spoke about space at his age, I was called crazy for thinking that our country is going to have a space program. And today I'm hearing a mother saying that I don't know what he's talking about, but can you please support me in ensuring that he's down the right path and has the right guidance and is provided with the right information, and can you help me in responding to him, because I don't understand what he's saying. And those for me were two stories that struck a chord for me on the importance of what we're doing, and has been a driving passion of what I've been doing for the last few years.
Ellen, Sarah's just got me excited about what you're doing, what you're trying.
If I can add, I've actually seen the effects in the UAE itself, because a couple of years ago, I was over there speaking at universities, and I was speaking to a lot of the engineering classes. And going into the engineering classes in the UAE, over half the students are women. And so I don't want to, Sarah would never say this, but just the fact she's in that position and is in such a leadership position, she is actually inspiring women in the UAE to say, I can be an engineer, I can participate. So having role models like Sarah, like Gwen, I think is incredibly important to this next generation of engineers, innovators, and entrepreneurs.
Yeah, Sarah and I have this discussion now and then, and she always shies away from it. Sarah, what's the percentage of women in the science team?
The Emirati women in the science team is 80%, and we went down from 100%.
Say that again.
80%, and we went down from 100%. I had to diversify the other way.
Say that one more time for me.
So science team on the Emirates Mars mission is 80% women.
And your problem is one of diversity. Is that not correct?
Yes, it is.
Because you're concerned about, we have this discussion and I cry, because if I had that problem, if Ellen and I had that problem when we were at NASA, we would have jumped up and down and screamed. And hopefully everybody understands, what the message I get from her is that it's critically important that she get participation from the men in that community. Otherwise, the alternative for them is not very good. Ellen, talk a little bit about the changes you're trying to make at the Smithsonian to do what Sarah is doing in the UAE. You know, you're walking distance from Anacostia. For people who don't know Washington, D.C., you cross the Anacostia River, and it's like, I mean, it's dramatically different from when I was growing up, but it is still different from the rest of Washington, D.C. And you brought me to tears with your first commercial. So I told you could not show it in this forum. But talk a little bit about the approach you're taking to making the Smithsonian. Gwen's trying to make space flights, access to space, affordable for people. Sada's doing something similar in her community. What are you doing in the nation, the world actually, because the Smithsonian is the world's museum? What are you doing there to try to make it available to everybody?
Well, I think the most important thing, and this is a point I hope is not lost on anyone with those statistics of Sarah's, 80% women, most science teams in the United States are 80 to 90% men. And I grew up in an era where people said, well, that's just because men are good at it and women aren't. And what you're seeing is a cultural thing, right? It's not an ability thing. And so if you expand that out and you say, all right, if everyone looks the same on our teams, we know from research we're not performing as well, we're not being as innovative, we're not being as creative. So it's important, no matter what, that we need diverse teams. We need our teams to look like our populations. And so in the United States, it's really critical to me to say, how do we reach out to all kids to say, space is inspiring, space is for innovators, space is for entrepreneurs. And it doesn't matter if you like agriculture or art or engineering, there's a place for you in helping explore and move humans beyond Earth out into the solar system. So we're really thinking, as I said earlier, about whose stories we tell. Are we talking about Charlie Bolden? Are we talking about Margaret Hamilton? Are we talking about Katherine Johnson? Are we making sure we're talking about all the women and men of all color who've helped move our space program forward to make sure that every kid can see themselves as someone who can succeed? The other thing I'm trying to do is to say, museums just aren't about the past. Museums are about the future. So one of the galleries I'm really excited about as we renovate the Air and Space Museum in Washington is going to be about the future of spaceflight. And it's going to be talking about companies like SpaceX and Virgin Orbit and Blue Origin that are really helping change how we explore space. It's going to be about countries like the UAE saying, look, now we have a much broader range of international participation. And it's about saying, you can literally, as a high school student, build a CubeSat, send an experiment up to the International Space Station. Space is for everyone. It really is the new frontier, and everyone can join in and participate. And as we've said over and over again, when everyone can participate, no matter what you look like, no matter what country you're from, we're going to get more science, we're going to understand our data better, and we're really going to help move this world forward in such a positive way.
We've got some questions that are kind of queued up. Melody back there in the back room, if you can, I want you to just roll them. There are 3 questions that we'll start with that were pre-recorded. I apologize, but they struck me as really nice. So Melody, if you want to run the first question, we'll throw it out there and see what we get.
Hey, my name is Noah Lubin. I'm a data scientist working at Diagnostic Robotics. And my question is for Ellen. As former NASA chief scientist and current head of Biden's NASA transition team, I wanted to ask you, how do you see our role as entrepreneurs from a small nation in a large space industry? And how do we fit in large NASA projects such as Artemis?
This is a young student, and she has a phenomenal question. You think we can re-roll it with the volume, or go to the next question, maybe, if that one's working? And then we'll come back. What do you think, Ron? I see.
Hi, my name is Raz. I am the CEO of NSLCom, an Israeli space startup. We manufacture expandable antennas for satellites, so they can transmit and receive between 10 to 50 times faster and higher throughput than same size satellites. I have two questions for Gwen Shotwell. The first is, does SpaceX perform scouting for technologies that can augment their satellites' communication capabilities? And the second is whether SpaceX intends to open research and manufacturing facilities all over the world, like other corporates such as Microsoft and Google. Thank you.
Yes, those are.
Everyone, my name is Adan from the Space Lab program at the Ramon Foundation. My question is for Sarah bint Yusuf Al-Amiri. We're really excited that you all came to talk to us today. Thank you for the Ramon Foundation for making this happen. نحن مسرورون جدا لوجودك معنا اليوم ونشكر جمعية رامون للقيام بهذا الشيء. I'm thinking about a career in the space industry. What is the most significant decision that you have made during your career?
Sounds great, Charlie. So the first question was, does SpaceX look outside the company for technologies? We're definitely known to be a vertically integrated company, meaning we build quite a bit of our technologies in-house. We do the integration and we do the operation. But that's not to say that we don't look outside of SpaceX for great technology and capability. What we do is we do a make-buy trade with any key piece of hardware or technology. If it's not strategically important to the company, we are happy to purchase outside. We need to make sure that it's the right price, high quality, and quick, because we spin our designs for the Falcon rocket, the Dragon, Starship, and Starlink. We spin those system designs so frequently. Many times it's hard for external organizations and subcontractors to work with us on those very quick timelines. But we certainly do. We do not build the entire rocket. We do not build every element of Dragon. We just build a lot of them. And then the second question is, will we look internationally to open up capabilities, whether it's hardware, software development, or research? With the advent of the Starlink program, which is a satellite program, a communication satellite program, that really opens up our ability to do things internationally. Rocket technology, our State Department, the US State Department, keeps very tight control on rocket technology. So it's very difficult for us to look overseas for support or establish capability overseas. But Starlink and the telecom industry does allow that more. And so I think you'll probably see more international partnerships there.
Great. Melody, can we go back to either of the two student questions and rerun it?
Hey, my name is Noah Lubin. I'm a data scientist working at Diagnostic Robotics, and my question is for Alan. As former NASA chief scientist and current head of Biden's NASA transition team, I wanted to ask you, how do you see our role as entrepreneurs from a small nation in a large space industry? And how do we fit in large NASA projects such as Artemis?
Well, I think there's a lot of opportunity in that space. It's a great question. And I think, being a data analyst, you're really right in the right field because, as I was mentioning earlier, one of the biggest areas to me of growth that we're going to see over the next 10 years is really in data analytics, especially around Earth observation data. So whether it's how we do better at predicting weather in an increasingly chaotic weather systems because of the effect of a warming climate, whether it's really trying to understand the effects of climate change on food, on water availability around the world, we're collecting huge amounts of data about this planet and trying to turn those huge amounts of data into actionable information that helps people all around the world live in this changing climate is something that is really critical. And we need all hands on deck. We need people from all around the world to be utilizing this data. And it always makes me really happy that NASA data, Earth observation data, is available to the public for no cost. So that's one area. When you think about Artemis and exploring out beyond the Earth, whether it's the research, the opportunity you're having soon to do experiments on the International Space Station. Think of the International Space Station as the test bed for moving humans out beyond Earth. What kind of food are our astronauts going to eat? How do we get them clean water and breathable air? How do we get the technologies we need for long duration stays on either the surface of the moon or the surface of Mars? We need everybody around the globe participating and thinking about how to solve these really tough problems. So whether it's an experiment on the ISS or it's really walking through how you do operations remotely, there's really opportunities for everyone. And I think it's really an exciting time.
Great. I guess Ron and Melody, I was asking the question, do we have a way to cue back to the very first question, or should I press? I see you shaking your head. Does that mean press?
Everyone, my name is Eytan from the Space Lab program at the Ramon Foundation. My question is for Sarah bint Yusuf Al-Amiri. We're really excited that you all came to talk to us today. Thank you for the Ramon Foundation for making this happen. نحن مسرورون جدا لوجودك معنا اليوم ونشكر جمعية رامون للقيام بهذا الشيء. I'm thinking about a career in the space industry. What is the most significant decision that you have made during your career?
So the most important decision that I've made during my career was to not say no to a challenge because I did not have the full knowledge to complete a role. And that has happened early on. That also happened. That was maybe the reason why I started with the Emirates Mars mission. We did not have a science team at the time. I had been in engineering by education, by training up to that point, but somebody had to start a science team and ensure that there's an integration of science capability development within this mission so that we can start a space science department within the Space Center. And I did not say no to that opportunity, and it has been one of the most challenging roles, understanding, and I think Ellen would know this, understanding how to work with scientists. People think scientists and engineers are the same. We're not. We work great together at times, but we think differently, and we approach problems differently, and we approach solutions differently, and that has been one of the biggest challenges in my career so far, but has been the most rewarding. Personally and with regards to the program. So not saying no to a challenge because I'm not well versed in it.
Fantastic. You know, I want to sit here and talk for the rest of the day, except Melody will kill me. So I'm gonna move us toward closure here, if you will. Very briefly, and let me start with you, Gwen. Give me your perspective on where we're going to be around the world in terms of space exploration and utilization. Let's say the next 10 to 50 years.
So I strongly believe that in the next 10 years, we will see people starting to settle on another planet or another heavenly body, whether it's
10 years.
Or Mars. Yes, 10 years.
Okay.
Yes. You said 10 to 50.
I did.
Yeah, but I still think it's 10 years.
No, I'm not questioning it. I just wanted to make sure I heard it right because
Yes.
people tell me I'm crazy when I say this.
People tell us we're crazy every day. You have to ignore that and push forward. And what I really hope will occur is that we will find a breakthrough in propulsion technology that will allow us to go beyond the moon, beyond Mars, and even beyond the solar system to explore the cosmos. And I think that will happen. I don't think that's going to happen in 10 years. I don't think we're going to hit pay dirt there. But I think certainly within 50 years, we will have a path to propulsion technology that will allow us to fly to really to other worlds.
Great. Ellen, your perspective.
You know, I'm right there with Gwen. You know, I think our biggest opportunities lay ahead of us, whether it's finding life, you know, ancient life remnants on Mars, having humans walk and explore the surface of Mars, really understanding our cosmos. I think there's just incredible opportunity. And again, the most exciting thing to me is This isn't 50 years ago where it's just a few big countries participating. There's room for everybody. There's room for countries all around the world, and there's room for all of us, no matter what we look like, to be part of this great adventure.
Sarah.
So I'd second that with regards to exploration, but we would probably see more and more of the private sector involved in exploration, pushing the boundaries forward there. And from what Ellen spoke about early on, with the advent of the utilization of Earth observation data, we would probably have a better understanding of our planet and a better utilization of space assets. And the creation of further new companies, especially within my region, in the space sector.
Phenomenal, phenomenal, phenomenal. So I'm going to close us out with a quote from the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He, some of you, especially here in the United States, you know that last week we celebrated his birthday, and everybody on the world stage saw what happened here in my now almost hometown of Washington, D.C., that no one ever expected to see from the United States. So we got a lot of work to do here, but I think Dr. King speaks very, very appropriately to what we're talking about today. No one would connect him with science, but I always have. So here it is. Yet in spite of these spectacular strides in science and technology, and still unlimited ones to come, something basic is missing. There is sort of poverty of the spirit, which stands in glaring contrast to our scientific and technological abundance. The richer we have become materially, the poorer we have become morally and spiritually. We've learned to fly the air like birds and swim the sea like fish, but we have not learned the simple art of living together as brothers. We have amazing knowledge of vitamins, nutrition, the chemistry of food, and the versatility of atoms. There is no deficit in human resources. The deficit is in human will. That was an excerpt from his acceptance speech of the Nobel Peace Prize, December 10th, 1964. So I will close with that and thank Ron and Melody and everybody in the Ramon Foundation. Che Bolden, who I work for, my son. I cannot thank you all enough, but most especially Ellen, Gwen, Sarah, you have made this last almost hour just incredible for all of us who had an opportunity to listen to you. So shalom.
Wow. Thank you so much, Charlie. Thank you, Your Excellency Sarah El-Amiri, Dr. Ilan Stibbe from the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum, Gwen Shotwell, President and CEO of SpaceTech. This was such an inspiring panel, and Charlie, you have to send me the quote, so we'll send it to all participants. Thank you so much for kicking off this conference that good. Before moving to the next panel, just on your left side, you have the chat, so you can send questions for the panelists. And if you have technical difficulties, please send them in the chat as well. And our technical staff from All Seated and from the production company will touch base with you. We know we had some technical difficulties at the beginning, but I'm sure that anyone who's with us, it's running now fine. And please feel free to touch base with us. And now, Dr. Shimrit Maman from Ben-Gurion University. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Ran. And this year has been extra challenging. We understand the difficulties and all the technical problems. We're sure they're going to be solved soon. So thank you all for joining us, and we're gonna start off. And this was an exceptional session. Thank you so much, Charlie, Sarah, Gwen, everybody. It was just phenomenal. Okay, so for the past 60 years, human spaceflight as a part of the space race was mainly driven by governments and national space agencies. Being an astronaut is the absolute peak of achievement in terms of space exploration and is a source of inspiration, and on a personal note, a dream. By moving into orbit with commercial crew programs and partnering with private companies, the economics of space flights are due for a change. Expect increased competition and reduced costs. When I think of all the potential opportunities to come from the privatization of crewed spaceflight, I am reminded of a phrase spoken by the Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield on his spaceflight finale. To some, this may look like a sunset, but it's a new dawn. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Dr. Shimrit Muman, and I am a research associate in the Homeland Security Institute and the director for the Earth and Planetary Image Facility, both at Ben-Gurion University of the Negev. I will be chairing this session, and with us today are on this incredible panel, we're going to discuss the new opportunities in private spaceflight. Each of our panelists represents a different sector, and allow me to introduce the first one. First of all, and welcome to Michael Suferdini, co-founder, president, and chief executive officer of Axiom Space. Hi, Michael. Also with us today is Mrs. Shaili Spiegelman, Director General of Israel Ministry of Science and Technology. Welcome, Shaili. Nice to see you again. Our third panelist is no other than Eytan Stibbe, the second Israeli astronaut in space. And last but not least, and my personal favorite, Mrs. Inbal Kreis, Head of Innovation, Systems and Missiles, and Space Division at the Israel Aerospace Industry, and head of the scientific mission, which Eytan is going to take part in. Thank you so much all for joining us. So to begin our panel, a keynote presentation will be delivered by Michael Suferdini. And he's going to present Axiom Space. Michael, usually at this stage, of the introduction, I would say the floor is yours. So I'm going to just hand you over the Zoom.
Well, thank you very much. Let me go ahead and share my screen here with everyone. I just have a few charts to walk through. So first of all, thank you, Shemit. I really appreciate it. It's great to be here at the Ramon Foundation SpaceTech Conference. We have now done these for the last 4 years. And over that time, as Axiom Space has grown, we have also spent quite a bit of time with the space agency, the government, and of course, Ron and the Ramon Foundation. And so we look forward to these every year. It's particularly exciting for us this year because our very first flight to the International Space Station, which we were doing with our friends at SpaceX, includes Eytan, as you mentioned, the second Israeli astronaut. And I know the Ramon Foundation has its tenets that's very important to it about leadership and education excellence. But I think one of the things that it pushed for the most has been to have Israel be back in space. And we're excited to be the ones to bring Eytan to the International Space Station to be part of that international community, both in low Earth orbit and as that partnership of nations moves forward. So I'll just walk through right quick my charts. You know, myself and Dr. Cam Ghaffarian, who has also been in human spaceflight for some 35 plus years, started Axiom for a very specific purpose. We saw that the government was starting to lean towards the idea that there could be a commercial industry in low Earth orbit to build a platform for other users to take advantage of. Of course, they had already worked to incentivize companies to provide both cargo and crew to the International Space Station. So the obvious next step in that process, of course, was to have a significant facility in low Earth orbit to take advantage of the environment that is there and the vantage point that is there. And so we built this company on the vision of having a thriving home in space that benefits every human everywhere. And we're doing that by improving life on Earth and fostering the possibilities by building the world's first commercial space station. And we do this in 3 phases, which I'll walk through just briefly. The first phase is missions to the International Space Station. This is for private astronauts, professional astronauts, and other entities that want to utilize station for whatever their purpose is. Likely early on, it'll be for research. One of the things we found early on with the International Space Station is it's owned by 15 countries, and they have very limited, I'll say limited flight opportunity for astronauts. By that, I mean, they've made a major investment and they have few opportunities in their minds. And so there's not a bunch of extra seats flying to the International Space Station for people to take advantage of. And so early on, we realized that in order to access a low Earth orbit platform, the only one in space, which was the International Space Station, there had to be more access to it. In addition to that, there has been limited resources on ISS. It's pretty full now. If you want to do research on board the ISS, you really have to figure out where the extra crew time is going to come from, volume, up mass, and things of this nature. And so we solved that problem as well by bringing crew and cargo to orbit, and the crew has the time to do the research. And of course, we can bring additional up mass to orbit. Again, utilizing these systems that have been built over the years, which really is the backbone for access to space, of which you guys just heard Gwen talking. SpaceX is probably most famous for doing that kind of work. So our first, yes. Yes. Oh, I thought I was here. Hold on. How is that?
Perfect. Just hit F5 or that. Yeah. Perfect.
There you go. Sorry about that. I went far into it before I got stopped. Anyway, so let's see. I think I was here. Yes. So as I mentioned earlier, we have our first private mission scheduled. Again, it's on a SpaceX Crew Dragon. It includes 4 crew members, 1 professional astronaut that has flown 4 times to space. We call him LA, but Michael Lopez Alegria. And one of the 4 astronauts, as I mentioned before, was Eytan, who will be the second Israeli astronaut in space. And we're very, very excited about that opportunity. The mission is focused on philanthropic activities. Really, they're also all working with entities to do research on orbit. All of this aimed at advancing the state of humanity. This is also a unique opportunity where many governments want to fly to space, but have a hard time finding the budget to get to space. Now it seems that Eytan and Israel sort of paved the way for this collaboration between individuals that want to fly to space and their governments, and how they can collaborate together and fly to space and have an individual that can represent the government and do work on behalf of the government while they're there. So this is really a big deal. It's an application. It's a way to apply resources that exist here on Earth to the advantage of both the individuals and their governments. So we intend to fly. So that's our first flight. We intend to fly about 2 missions per year for both private and professional astronauts. We're sort of a unique organization. We have quite a bit of experience in human spaceflight if you look across our team. So we're able to train individuals either as private astronauts, which is a shorter training period and you fly with a professional, or as a professional astronaut where you're qualified to do all the things any of the international astronauts do on orbit today. So we can accomplish both those objectives, and we have a variation of flight opportunities, starting with short duration flights, about 10 total days, about 8 days on the International Space Station, which is what our first flight would be. We also have 30-day missions, 60-day, and 180 days. And really, that can vary once we know what the crew complement is, and we can put their interests together. Then we can make a flight opportunity customized to what they want to do to accomplish on orbit. So this really is, as I mentioned before, opening up unprecedented opportunities for countries. Here to date, really could not get on the ISS in any meaningful way. You could do some small research, but really access by individuals to really care or to really bring a country into space is very difficult in the current environment. And we're going to help that happen here in the future. And of course, our next flight is AX2, and that's in the summertime of 2022. So phase 2 for us is the building of our modules. Last January, we were accepted by NASA to be able to build our space station attached to the International Space Station. This is a very big accomplishment. We're the only company chosen to do that. We build out our station, and then as ISS gets ready for retirement, we can transfer everything on orbit that wants to stay on orbit, research, manufacturing, any other items that need to stay on orbit. We transfer all that to our space station, and then ISS can be deconfigured and then deorbited. And our third phase, of course, is that free flying period. And we say beginning in 2028. So we're shooting for 2028. Actually, it's up to the international partners to decide when they want to retire the ISS, but we'll be prepared by 2028 should the governments decide that that's the time they want to retire that fantastic spacecraft. So that's all I had to present. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Michael. This was a great introduction. I would like to start off this discussion by asking you one question before I move on to the next panelist. For the near and far future, what opportunities are out there for Axiom in the low Earth orbit economy?
That's a great question. So there are the obvious and the not so obvious. So today, of course, there are individuals that want to fly to space. And yet you know the ride is an important part, getting you there, but keeping you alive on orbit, taking care of your medical care, arranging for the research, planning your mission, doing your mission on orbit, all these things, it's a fairly lengthy effort. And so we are bringing that, to customers who want to fly. So we're a one-stop shop to fly. So we see that today. We see that there are a number of private individuals, and there are countries that are very interested in flying. And so that is that is two of our, we call them revenue streams, but as you said, there are ways to utilize space. Research is a big one. Although governments will do that, they will need platforms to do it in the future. And so we will continue to support that. Research, particularly applied research. So this is research that will lead to manufacturing in orbit. And this is a big part of where I think the low Earth orbit economy is going to go. As we learn to exploit the boundless microgravity environment, I think the number of products that will be produced in space that will either be used in space or brought home to be used on the ground it'll be amazing. Everything from super alloys and items built in space that take advantage of that to 3D printed organs to super fibers. I mean, there's just a long list of today there's drugs, eye implants, retinal implants. There's all sorts of things being studied today that could turn out to be very just really change our lives here on Earth. And the research that leads to that is very important to us. Of course, it's very important to all of us, not just us as a company. And so that's a big part of both the research and the manufacturing are two other areas. And another one that we look at that we think is going to grow as countries and companies explore beyond low Earth orbit is it's very simple. You need a platform both to test your systems that you want to use. I mean, if a system has to run for 3 years, we found on the ISS, a lot of these multi-phase fluid systems, you really can't test them adequately on the ground. So you turn them on and they don't show you all their faults when they first get turned on. 6 months into it, you find a design flaw. Well, if you're halfway to Mars and your design flaw shows up, that's not really great. So just to test astronauts, give astronauts experience in space, but also test system is going to be critically important as we as a humanity explore beyond low Earth orbit. So those are just a few of the areas that we look at.
Thank you so much. This really highlights how the low Earth orbit economy is vital for future commercial progress in space. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Shaili, I'm going to address you as the representative of the Israeli government. Having observed the United States and its commitment to encouraging and facilitating the growth of the US commercial space sector through NASA's plan for commercial low Earth orbit development, could you please share with us, how do you foresee the collaboration between the government and the private sector in Israel? What is the evolving role of the governments in this new space age?
Thank you, Shimmerit. I want to thank the Ramon Fund and everyone on the panel, Inbal and Eytan and Mike. This is really a great opportunity and a great conference, and well done. This is a great question because when we, for the last, I think, a year or so, the Israeli Space Agency is working on a long-term strategy of how to create ecosystem and industry in Israel, a civilian space industry in Israel, both upstream and downstream, and everything we can afford, we can offer. Now, when we entered when I entered my role as the Director General and the former Ministry of Science and Technology, Mr. Yizhar Shai, we really liked the program and really liked the strategy, and we took it one step forward and worked for the last 6 months on developing that strategy. We really see this as an opportunity for a growth engine for the Israeli economy. We all know that post-economic crises, like the one we had in 2008, governments need to invest in growth engines. So it could be AI, it could be quantum, but we strongly believe that one of the growth engines that the Israeli government should invest in is civilian space. And I think that with the right investment, both in incentives to companies and startups, in missions and global missions and international missions that we invest in human capital, both in education, but also in academia, in academic research, working with investors, roadshows, partnering with NGOs like the Ramon Fund and others in Israel, working with the industry like the Israeli Air Force industry, and other steps and initiatives that we should take with the right strategy and be very focused on civilian space, again, both upstream and downstream. We think that Israeli, with their resources and things that we have already done in Israel, this can be one of the leading economics in space economy in the world. So we know that we have a lot of good result and knowledge and background from the military space industry in Israel. If we can leverage that with everything Israeli know, Israel is one, I think, of the 10 countries that can build the satellite or build the rocket and transmit it. So with the things we already have, with the startup nation we have in place in other, that a lot of the key capabilities that there is in the startup nation already, like algorithm and AI and all the knowledge that we have, visual, intelligence, and things that we have. So taking our knowledge in space from the military side, our startup nation knowledge and know-how and people and human capital and government incentives, including incentives, but also the right regulation and deregulation where we need it. I think all these combined together, in between 5 to 10 years, we will see a thriving space economy in Israel When I say striving, it could be 500 companies. It could be 25,000 employees in that industry. We can see a lot of companies like Axiom, and we are inviting you, or SpaceX, establishing R&D centers in Israel. We can see a lot of success. This is what we're planning to do. Now, so that's what I think the government should do. Invest in the right places, partner with the right partners, brand space as one of the leading economies, and do the right regulation or deregulation if needed. After saying that, the situation in Israel is not easy. We need first a government and second a budget. So after having a budget and a government, or first a government and then a budget, and doing these right steps and moves, strongly believe that the Israeli government and the Israeli Space Agency in our Ministry of Science and Technology can help creating one of the best space economies in the world. So my short answer to your question.
Thank you so much, Eytan. You actually answered my next question as you were speaking about the actions that your office has already taken. So I'm really proud to see that going on as well. Thank you. So the past decade in Israel and the Israeli space sector has taught us that private dreams can come true. It started off with 3 friends just sitting in a bar with a dream on landing on the moon. This is perhaps one of the best examples of how a private mission such as Bereshit can become a national success. In Bal, as head of the innovation of the INI and the research and development, and as the head of the scientific committee, and with this upcoming mission of the returning to the moon and the second Israeli astronaut mission, could you please highlight the opportunities for Israeli industry and academia to participate in this and other upcoming projects? Are you looking for input from a specific field? What companies do you anticipate taking part of this venture? Please unmute your mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Shimrit, my best friend, and thank you all the panelists here. Actually, yes, the private-public sector, it's a new opportunity for all the Israeli space ecosystem. And yes, the most Israeli famous private-public mission to space is Bereshit, the first Israeli spacecraft to the moon. And this mission was highly inspirational mission and become a national symbol of the Israeli chutzpah, with many firsts achieving during the journey, the exciting journey to the moon. This mission with Eytan to the International Space Station is as aspirational as Bereshit was. More than that, this mission will contribute to various technological sectors that you asked about, Shimrit. From the scientific selection committee process so far, I can point today that we are on the way of a significant scientific and technological firsts and significantly achievements. Major objectives of our and goals are to deliver benefits to the Israeli technology, entrepreneurs, scientists, and researchers, and to put the Israeli innovation nation on the global space map as a prime player and as a sustained space leader. And also on the way to do good to the humanity. We can see many startups that are approaching us to send their technology and to take unique environmental conditions in space, like the vacuum environment, like the cosmic radiation and microgravity. From optic technologies, astrophysics, communication, laser, photonics, and more. As Michael Michael Soferdini also mentioned, there are many areas that we are doing experiments and technology on this station. Some example from the Israeli suggestion to share with all the audience, for example, testing water recovery technology. In order for clean water delivery to remote locations on the globe. Testing multiple technology dealing with renewable energy. like advanced technology and materials for solar cells. A very actual field is promoting science for vaccine development. To continue to study processes in microgravity conditions in development and to deep in the knowledge of the scientists in this field. Growing food in microgravity, growing food in the station. As humans explore farther from Earth, the ability to grow food is a solution to several challenges for long duration missions. Many techniques for growing plants on station to prepare for these specific missions. Astrophysics, for example. Astrophysics, a better understanding of nova explosions or black holes, and also electrochemistry in space, material science, optics, and communications, and as well as climatic changes. All these types of the experiments in the station is a large variety of many sectors in the Israeli technology.
Thank you so much, Inbal. And thank you on behalf of WISpace as well for being such an inspiring woman and a role model to all of us. So thank you. Eytan, to cover all my questions, I need at least a week, not 40 minutes panel. Okay, I'm sorry, but I have so many questions to you, so I have to narrow it down to one. And because I see we're on a time limit here, I'm gonna interact with the question I have from the chat as well. And would like you, I'm gonna rephrase the question with the question in the chat. I would like you to share your thoughts as to how do you intend to take this private venture and transform it into a national mission?
Thanks, Shimrit. So this mission for me is still floating a bit between a dream and reality, with blended feelings of excitement towards a extreme adventure and the sense of responsibility to make the best out of this unique opportunity. Since the announcement about 2 months ago, I've been meeting thousands of kids, thousands, many scholars, scientists, researchers as well. They are all encouraging me to go ahead, to help reduce the cost of experiments, enable proof of concept testing, and shorten the time to space for them. And so many kids and their families have prepared scientific experiments on the Ramon SpaceLab program. They presented their dreams and drawings and stories. Shimrit, as you said in your introduction, the involvement of private investors in sectors that traditionally are carried out by government is a natural evolvement of the sector. Public-private partnership is essential. It will trigger constructive competition. The public sector, as we know, offers stability, accessibility to everyone on a wide national scale, including reaching out to remote communities. While the private sector offers extreme innovation, it can attract talent, it can attract investment with venture capital risk profile. Usually the outcome of such cooperation and partnership between public and private sector results in efficiency and accessibility. So we really hope to achieve in this mission a reduction of space travel cost, for example. Children will be inspired to study more about their dreams, explore their imagination. And for Israeli entrepreneurs, I will perform as many as possible experiments to advance their vision and make their access to the international space ecosystem easier. That's the objective of the mission.
Thank you so much, Eytan. On a personal note, I have to say that this is very much appreciated by our nation and by me personally. You're a really great inspiration. Thank you. Your philanthropy will be cherished for many, many years.
Thank you.
Michael, Inbal, this is a question from the audience. I'm going to stop at this stage and ask my questions because I see so many questions that are coming in from the crowd. So I've picked one that really highlights the opportunity here for the entrepreneurs or students in Israel. They're asking, how could Israeli students or workers who want to work for Axiom could actually do this, or for the IAI for that matter? Are there any, they're asking that we do not wish to be contractors, we want the real collaboration. What is the best career or steady path to take? So in a minute. Micah?
Let's see. It's interesting about human spaceflight because you have so many different experiences that you require in order to do it. So engineering and science, the very obvious ones you always hear are important. But the arts are important too. When we're trying to decide what you want to do on orbit and what your customers want to do, it's about understanding what they need. And so it takes different types of people. We have interpreters when we speak with our Russian colleagues or our Chinese colleagues. We need interpreters. You wouldn't think of that right off the bat, but that's another job. So typically about 80% of the people that come to work for us are engineers, and so that's always a good tack to take. We have a very large legal department that does the normal contracting, you think, for all of our procurements, and so that's another avenue. Space law would be a huge thing to be aware of. And really it's about your dream and motivation and drive, because the number of opportunities in space are really boundless. So it's just a matter of what you think of. And I'll say one more thing. It's one thing to say, I want to work for a company in space, and we'd love to have you come work for us. Absolutely. If you're interested, we'd love to have you apply. And we're a very international company anyway. And so that'd be fantastic. But Eytan really pushed something that's very, very important for space. It's kind of like the internet was in the .com era, was anybody with a good idea and a little bit of programming capability could build a .com vehicle. And it's not quite that easy yet. We're working on it. But if you have a good idea, we want you to come forward and we'll help you realize that good idea in space. It's really very important to me that people think about microgravity and they study it and they go, oh, I could maybe do this. This is what we want. We want entrepreneurs that really think about new ways to use low Earth orbit. We would love to talk to them and help them get to space as well.
Thanks, Mike. Inbal, a tip for our future entrepreneurs?
The Israeli entrepreneurs that wish to go to space, he has a unique opportunity that Eytan and Ramon Foundation give this year to the Israeli startups and to Israeli industry. And this private-public mission became a huge opportunity for the Israeli industry. It's like a dream for many groups in Israel that wish to send their experiments to the station. And my word is to dare to dream to everybody. And today in our group of space, there was written that the sky is not the limit unless you have a delta V. So it's a kind of a geek joke, but still we are going to take this opportunity also to international collaboration. Because also you mentioned, Michael, that the station is, in the station there are assets of 50 countries. And we wish to collaborate in the experiment that we will send together with Eytan, with additional countries, with additional assets of space agency that are in the station. And we are willing to surprise ourselves, to surprise the international space community in the Israeli experiment and the Israeli technology that will be sent to the station. So we wish Ramon Foundation and the Israeli Space Agency and the Israeli space industry good luck. And Eytan, of course, in this mission. It's a teamwork, and thank you all.
Thank you so much. This has been an incredible, fascinating panel, and I wish to thank each and every one of you. Eytan, I'm still waiting for the size of the suitcase in order for me to squeeze in, but we will get there. And Shaili, I'm gonna leave my next question as to what about the next Israeli female astronaut to next year's panel. But there is no doubt that we are now entering a new era, one that brings with it endless opportunities for pushing humanity to new frontiers. It is just a matter of time until we all see the impact and benefits of these private astronaut missions and their influence on the space industry and on many other industries. I do want to take a moment to thank Ran and Melody and the entire Ramon Foundation staff. Please join us for the next session and enjoy the rest of the Israeli Space Week. Thank you again, our incredible panelists, and we will see you in person, inshallah, as soon as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
so much.
Have a great day.
Inbal and Shaili, I'd really like to acknowledge actually the partnership between the foundation and the Israeli Ministry of Science headed by Shaili. It's not, people don't see now how they are setting, the Israeli Ministry of Science setting a precedent by supporting this private mission. They're not supporting Eytan directly, but the science and the technology that we're planning to conduct together. And this is completely amazing. So thank you so much for the partnership. Thank you enough.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for being here, and Shaili, and Eytan, and Shimrit, and Inbal. And I'll say just that Inbal is the head of the scientific and technology team, and they have a very strong consultant, a very close partner of the Israeli Space Agency and the foundation, Dr. Jacob Cohen, the chief scientist of NASA Ames, that will kick off the next session of workshop. So Jacob, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Hi, Shimrit. Hi, everyone on the panel. So it is an honor to be speaking to you at the 2021 Ramon SpaceTech conference. This conference continues to the work and the vision that Rona Ramon had when establishing the Ramon Foundation. I was fortunate to have known Rona and to have seen both her strength and be the recipient of her kindness.
my arms you will run. And when you come, my heart will
2021 SpaceTech Conference. My name is Eyal Ben Zeev, and I'm an Israeli professional and the host of the Israeli leading space podcast, Al Halal, Hyperspace. I'm thrilled and honored to moderate this panel with our two distinguished guests, astronaut Dr. Karen Nyberg and astronaut Colonel Douglas Hurley. Apart from being astronauts, Karen and Doug are also husband and wife, and the lovely parents of Jack, their 10-year-old son. Hey, Karen and Doug, welcome to the Ramon Foundation 2021 SpaceTech Conference. It's great having you with us.
We are happy to be here. Thank you.
So before we start, I'd like to formally introduce you to our space-savvy audience. So let's start by ladies first. Dr. Karen L. Nyberg, a Minnesota native, holds a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering from the University of North Dakota, a Master's of Science in Mechanical Engineering, and a doctorate in Mechanical Engineering from the University of Texas, Austin. She joined NASA in 1991 and worked in a variety of areas. Karen was selected as an astronaut candidate by NASA in the year 2000, and after 2 years of training and evaluation, she qualified as a mission specialist. Karen's first flight to space to the International Space Station was aboard the Space Shuttle mission STS-124 in May 2008. In May 2010, Karen launched to the ISS again aboard STS-132. In 2013, Karen served as a flight engineer on the ISS Expedition 36 and Expedition 37, having launched on a Soyuz rocket. Karen has accumulated 180 days in space. Wow, that's a lot. Great having you with us, Karen.
It's great to be here. Thank you.
And Colonel Douglas G. Hurley was born in Endicott, New York. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from Tulane University. Before joining NASA, he was a fighter pilot and test pilot in the U.S. Marine Corps. Doug was also selected as an astronaut candidate in the year 2000. Wait a minute, did you guys go to the same class? Aha, okay. A veteran of 3 spaceflights, Doug was the pilot on STS-127 and STS-135, and the spacecraft commander on the first crewed test flight of the Space Crew Dragon, the Demo 2 mission, during which he also served as a flight engineer on the International Space Station for Expedition 63. Doug spent a total of 93 days in space. Great having you here, Doug.
It's so great to be here. Such an honor. Thanks for having us.
And I got to tell you that many of us watched the Demo 2 mission launch and the docking and coming back to Earth. And it was like a documentary movie for us. It's amazing what you guys did, and the Dragon, amazing spaceship. Really excited to hear about it. Now, the name of our panel today is The Human Side of Human Spaceflight, DM2, our family's story behind the first commercial crewed spaceflight. And in the next 25 to 30 minutes, Karen and Doug will share with us their family experience during Doug's flight aboard the Dragon capsule to the ISS back in May 30th, 2020. After their presentation, we'll have a Q&A session. So if you have any questions, write them in the conference's chat, or if you're watching through Karen Ramon's Facebook page, write your questions there and they'll be forwarded to us. So without further ado, Karen and Doug, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much for that great introduction. It certainly was an honor to be asked to present at this event, honoring the legacy of Ilan Ramon and the crew of Columbia. And we're pretty excited to tell our story, our spaceflight stories from the perspective of our family, and talk a little bit about how we navigated 4 separate space flights and a baby with a period of about 5 years, and then got to the point of last summer where Jack and I watched with a lot of pride as Doug launched on the SpaceX DM2 mission. As you noted, Doug and I were both elected in the same class of astronauts in 2000. That was a pretty exciting time at NASA. We had just started building the International Space Station with our international partners. In fact, the first crew, Expedition 1, launched about 3 months or so after we got there and started training. And you know, when the first couple years as astronaut candidates, you spend a lot of time together and build a lot of friendships. And obviously, that's where our friendship started. We do a lot of training together in shuttle systems, space station systems, Russian language, flying T-38, EVA training, spacewalk training, and just a lot of time together. Some of my fondest memories after we were done with ASCAN training was some of the expeditionary type training that we got to do. This was really a chance for us to learn to be part of a crew, learn leadership skills, followership skills, teamwork, and all that sort of thing. And some of those things I got to do with Doug, you know, a couple weeks in the Wind River Range in Wyoming during the summer and in the winter, where we're building our own igloos. Another opportunity I had was actually to live underwater for 10 days or so with this crew. And all of these experiences, you know, becoming an astronaut is really life-changing for everybody in so many ways, and all the experiences you get to have. And I think in particular for us, having met each other, we like to joke that Dwayne Ross, who was the head of the astronaut selection office when we were selected, we need to thank him for setting us up, so to speak, and you know, introducing us really. By the time our class, several years after we were selected, by the time our class started being assigned to space missions, Doug and I were dating. So my first space flight was on STS-124 Space Shuttle Discovery, and we took up the Japanese laboratory. We were still building the space station. This was in 2008, and we took up the Japanese lab. We got it installed. It was a short mission though, and I very much recall having so much fun, and it's so far exceeding my expectations of spaceflight that I could not wait to do it again. I was really eager and thirsty for more after my first.
So one thing that I think gets lost on folks is the kind of the family part of watching a loved one go into space. So during 124, as Karen said, by that time in 2008, we had started dating and were very serious. And so this was the first chance that I got to be on the harder end of the space flight, which was watching her launch into space. And I remember distinctly when she came back, you know, we sat down and talked after she had gotten settled back at home here in Houston. And I just said, I'm not sure what you're going to think, but I think the hardest part of spaceflight is watching a loved one go into space. And so I was lucky enough to get selected on my first flight to fly on the STS-127 mission, which was just an incredible honor and kind of already part of the family business, since Karen had taken up the Japanese laboratory the year before. We were taking up the last portion of the Japanese the entire module, which was the external facility, as well as some external payloads, which was really neat. And so in July 2009, after trying to set the record for scrubs or shuttle mission, I think we had 5 or 6 over the course of a month between June and July, and not to mention a couple other things that we'll talk about here in a second, but we finally got to launch into space in July. Here is kind of what I was talking about. This is our very close friend and classmate as well, Megan MacArthur Bankin. She was one of the family escorts, and the astronaut office does a great job of family support, not only leading up to the mission, but while you're in space, of having other astronauts as well as some other specialists, making sure that everything is at least taken care of from a support perspective, and just keeping protective eye over the families as the crews fly in space. So that's one less thing that the crews have to worry about when we're flying. So this picture, I think I'm going to let Karen talk a little bit about this picture, because we had a lot of things going on about the time I got ready to go into space with STS-127.
Oh, I'm telling that story?
Yeah, you can tell.
So we found out between scrubs, actually, of his missions, that I was pregnant, and I actually told him. We were at crew quarters, and I told him that, and the look on his face and the excitement and giddiness. So at this point, you know, when he launched, there very few people knew at that time that I was pregnant. We kind of kept it to a couple flight docs and Doug's commander and that sort of thing. And that also changes, you know, so this was my first experience watching a loved one launch. I'd watched Friends before, but this is the first time. And then to be pregnant at the same time, it added an extra element to it.
Yeah, so just one other thing to talk about here. You know, in aviation, as a career fighter pilot and test pilot, we talk about compartmentalization and all the things that are going on in your life. And I decided apparently to wait till my first space flight to know that I was going to be a father, get married, and actually fly into space. So there was a lot going on in July of 2009 as I was headed up to do this mission.
Talking about pressure.
Yeah, it was, you know, we got together later in life, I guess, traditionally speaking. And so I think for us, it was just such a wonderful, wonderful, exciting time. It just was all happening almost at the same time, which, you know, like everything else in life, you can't plan too much ahead. But anyway, it just was such a special memory of those times, even though it was relatively crazy with everything that was going on. And then the back and forth between Houston and Florida as we were trying to fly this mission, and all the scrubs and all the different things that went on over the course of about that month and a half. But I wouldn't trade it for anything. You can see here, I'm on the flight deck of Endeavour. Literally, that's about my first hour in space. And, you know, it's one of those memories that hopefully many, many, many more of us, and some of you listening here today, will get to experience sooner rather than later. Those first moments of being in space are overwhelming to what you see out the window, to your heart, to your mind, to all the work that you did to get to that point. It just was an incredible flood of emotions. And I give a ton of credit to my commander and probably one of my most trusted mentors. He really took me under his wing, Mark Polanski. And I remember distinctly as somewhere around the time that photograph, the previous photograph, was taken, you know, he looked over at me, and I think he could tell that I was just kind of needed to Control Alt Delete with my hard drive because it was just that. I know it probably only was about 10 seconds or something, but he's just like, well, what do you think? How you doing? You know, let's get started with the checklist. And, you know, that's just the way he was in the lead up to the flight, during flight, and of course the post flight. And we're still, today we talk all the time. So it was just a wonderful, wonderful memory.
Should also note at this time, so before Doug flew, I was assigned to STS-132. I was actually going to do some spacewalks in that flight, and I was excited because, as I said before, I was really eager to go again. Well, then I found out I was pregnant, and ultimately I was removed from that flight. So I did not end up flying STS-132. It was quite a disappointment, and we tried really hard to come up with a way where I could still be on the mission and have my baby, but it was decided that it was best that I don't do that flight. So I missed the second shuttle flight, but luckily then was assigned to a long duration mission. This is when things really got crazy. So we had Jack in 2010, and I was able to take a pretty long maternity leave, which was nice. But of course, during that time, Doug was also then assigned to STS-135. So he was training for STS-135. I went back to work, started training for my long duration flight. And flying on a Soyuz and flying for 6 months on station requires a lot of travel in your training. And he was also traveling a lot within the US for his shuttle flight training. So my first trip to Russia, we had made the decision that I would take Jack with me. And the setup in Star City is really nice for families. We have cottages that we stay in, and it really worked well. I was able to bring a nanny with us. And it's times like that that you really realize we needed help to get through this. And we had that help through a nanny. So my first trip to Russia, little Jack went with me. He was about 15 months old. This is the day we left the first day. He had a diplomatic passport at the age of 15 months old. And, you know, it's unfortunate now because he doesn't remember those trips. And so that's a little bit sad to me.
But certainly, you know, for us and for certainly for Karen, the times that he did get to go were just hugely valuable. You know, the bond that a mother has to her son is just incredible, and to have to spend that much time away from him just wasn't real palatable to us. So, you know, between our nanny Lucy, who was just a gift from the heavens, literally and figuratively, to help us get through that time, as well as the family support folks at NASA, and ironically, Mark Polanski, who was my former commander, was now the director of operations over there. You know, all those folks stepped in to help us to be able to take Jack to Russia, because it had really never been done before with such a young child. And so there was certainly some worry by other folks as well as ours, but in the end, it really made a huge difference to our family dynamic, and for Karen to not have to have quite the separation that training flow would have given her, knowing full well that she was going to be on ISS for 5.5 months anyway. And there was certainly, at least not as we could tell, there was certainly no way we could send Jack with her on Soyuz.
Yeah, and I didn't take the decision lightly to actually fly this long duration flight. I know when it was offered to me, we talked a lot about it, and is it the right thing for me to do, to leave him when he's so young for that amount of time? And ultimately I made the decision, which was the correct decision, that yes, this is the right thing to do. And again, it was knowing that he had an incredible father at home, and the support from our parents and from our nanny, that I knew everything was going to be just fine.
So as Karen said, during this time, we were juggling 2 space flights, an 18-month-old to 3 years old by the time Karen actually flew, or I actually flew. But just from a time standpoint, we're kind of in the late summer, early fall of 2010 at this point, and it sounded like the shuttle program was going to fly one more flight. And I was asked earlier, Chris Ferguson and I were asked earlier that year by Peggy Whitson, the chief of the office at the time, if we would be interested. And then of course, Peggy was very, very attuned to the fact that she wanted Karen to fly again after the experience with 132. And so she was very much wanted to talk to both of us about that challenge of not only having a young child, but then both being assigned to a space flight. And in the end, we both maybe naively thought, oh yeah, how hard can it be? But thankfully, it all worked out very well. And by the fall of 2010, we were deep into it from a training perspective. Karen was getting ready to go on her first trip to Russia. And of course, we had started training heavily for STS-135, which we only had 4 people on board. It was going to be a very short mission template, like on the order of 7 or 8 months to train. And so we just got busy. And as a family, we just literally at times were handing off Jack at the airport as one was leaving or one was coming home. Finally, in July of 2011, the launch of the final space shuttle flight in and of itself was pretty emotional for both Karen and I personally, because it was the last shuttle flight in history, and just going through that together. I know how hard it was for her to go through it in a way, because she never got a chance to fly a second flight, but we tried to kind of experience that together as much as we could, and we just are once again really thankful that we had that opportunity. And this is just a wonderful picture by a good friend, Smiley Post, who used to work at the Houston Chronicle, and he was kind of following along our mission whole way. And some of these pictures in this presentation are from him, and he just, they're just a great treasure to have as a memory for those experiences, because it went by, in some ways, it went by really, really fast.
Yeah, so this would be the first time that Jack and I would be together watching a launch from on top of the Launch Control Center at KSC. And our family escort, like Doug said before, we always have one. This was Mike Foreman. And Jack was being a little crazy, so he said he'd hold him for me. And this picture would make it look like Jack was super interested in the shuttle launch, but to be honest, the second before this picture and the second after this picture, he was watching a helicopter over, going like this and pointing at it. So he was young enough there that he didn't really understand and really know what he was seeing and what was really happening. But it was an extremely emotional time. And, you know, before when he launched and I was pregnant, it was one thing, and now we actually had the child. And also, as Doug said, knowing this was the last shuttle launch, you know, the end of an era, and that was just incredible and quite an emotional time.
You know, from my perspective, I remember distinctly, luckily with STS-135, we launched on our first attempt, which I think was the way it was meant to be. But I remember distinctly laying there on my back. You would do that for the better part of 3.5 hours prior to the space station missions, just because of the way that the shuttle had to launch. It was a very small window. And so there was a lot of time just sitting there thinking, and a lot of time just sitting there looking out the window. But I remember distinctly, you know, that realization that my life was completely different now than it was the first time I went. You know, I had a wife and a child, and, you know, it wasn't all about, you know, space flight and being an astronaut and all that stuff. You know, you almost felt for a time that I was being selfish for going on this mission with all the things that could go wrong. So it was just a weird time sitting there thinking about it. And you know, you have to put it out of your mind, but it certainly is something I think all of us that have gone into space and that will go into space is thinking about weighing those risks, because your family, at that point, all they can do is hope for the outcome that you come back safely, and everything else, you know, is not a great outcome. And it's just one of those things. And, you know, that just went through my mind just before we launched on STS-135. So this is, this picture is just incredible in so many ways. This was the last series of pictures taken from a space shuttle of the ISS with the moon in the background. It was taken by my crewmate and close friend Sandy Magnus as we were backing away from the space station. And we were going to do a fly around, which is traditional for all the shuttle flights, to document as much of the space station as you can before the shuttle departs the space station and heads back to Earth. We were going to do it slightly different. So the space station, once we backed off to a safe distance, the space station rotated 90 degrees. So we had a side-on view. So this is about halfway through that rotation. So just a very unique picture. And of course, with the promise of future missions to the moon there, it just, it always is in a very emotional picture for me and on so many levels. And they just thought we'd share it. And then, as we talked about, you know, the end of an era, literally and figuratively, just about 15 seconds before we touched down back at Kennedy Space Center at the end of the 30-year program of the space shuttle. A lot of things go through your head at that point. I'm sure the four of us looked at each other, and probably there were a lot of things that went unsaid, but we deeply understood it, having had experienced that whole last year of going through the end of a shuttle program and watching people with their last days at work, whether they were some of our trainers or whether it was the closeout crew that strapped us in when we launched, the folks that worked down at Kennedy Space Center. Just so proud to have been a part of the space shuttle program in the last flight.
Things didn't slow down when he got back. He, of course, being the last shuttle flight, his post-flight was pretty intense as far as, you know, traveling and giving presentations and that sort of thing. And I was still full of training. This picture was taken in December of 2012. I was a backup for Chris Hadfield and Tom Marshburn on their flight. And it was really cold in Baikonur that day, but it was in December and the launch day kept kind of changing. And there was a point when I didn't know I was going to be home for Christmas. And of course, with a 2-year-old, it was really a little bit stressful. But in the end, I did get home for Christmas. And of course, I get home on the 22nd of December and find out that Jack wanted a little space station model for Christmas. And of course, that hadn't purchased yet. So I had to make a run out to some stores and try and find a space station model for him.
Yeah, the backup flow for the ISS crew members was typically about 6 months before they launched. And it was also probably the longest Karen was gone during training. It was almost 2 months. So Jack and I had that whole fall together to turn our house into a true man cave. And hopefully I kind of kept things going on the right track, but it was really a good test and a good reinforcement of the things that we would have to do to get through Karen's 5.5-month flight, which was coming up very quickly. That last 6 months before you fly, after you do the backup flow, as Karen can attest, goes really, really fast, not only for the crew member, but everybody, because you're just always thinking, oh, we've got time, and then the launch date doesn't move anymore, and you're gonna go pretty soon, whether you're ready or not. So it was an exciting time, but it was so good to have her back just in time for Christmas.
So the tradition in Star City and Moscow before Soyuz launches is to have a ceremonial visit to Red Square. And I was so fortunate that Doug and Jack and our nanny could be there for that. It was kind of Jack's last visit because he was not going to come down to Baikonur for the launch. We figured a 3-year-old, it wasn't worth the stress on him and on Doug. And so after this visit, before I went to Baikonur, Doug took Jack back to Houston, and then he came back to Kazakhstan for my launch. But it was a special time for me and Jack, and I honestly was really preparing myself mentally and emotionally for that time away. Of course, the ceremonial visit to Red Square for a 3-year-old, not always all that fun. This is one of my favorite pictures. We wanted to get a family picture. And Lucy tried hard to help, but Jack was done with it. He had enough, and this picture says it all.
Anybody who has a young child and you're trying to get a picture for lasting memory knows exactly how most of them turn out, and ours is no exception.
So ultimately, I launched on the Soyuz in May of 2013 with Fyodor and Luca, and spent 5.5 months over 2 expeditions on board. I don't know if you want to talk about the launch at all since you were there.
Yeah, so just from a logistical standpoint, we kind of felt Jack was too young to stay and go down to Baikonur and travel. It's a pretty interesting experience and maybe not completely young child friendly. And we figured it was just better for him to be back at home with my parents in Houston. So once Karen flew down to Baikonur, I brought Jack back home, and I was home in Houston for about a week and then flew back for the launch. It was a middle of the night launch in Baikonur. One of the neat things about it was the fact that the ISS flew over just as launch happened, which is typical with the orbital mechanics, but just an incredible experience. But it was also kind of a weird emotional experience in that, my son was several thousand miles away, and my wife was going to be in space. So it's kind of one of those, our whole family was going to be separated for a while. So once again, just the interesting things that go through your head as you're trying to get your wife into space.
So these are the 2 expeditions that I was over. So I was able to have several different crew members. Almost 6 months on station, incredible. The science we do, the things space station is doing, and now it's even more so. The science is probably double-fold what it was when I was there. So much going on. One of my goals was to try and stay connected with our son when I was there. And at 3 years old, it's hard to have direct contact with him. He's not interested in Skyping and paying attention to a video screen. So what I did the first night is I took my iPad and I made a quick video for him, about 20 seconds long, saying, "Mommy's here, and look at my hair's floating," and all this. And I emailed it to Doug, and so Doug could show it to him before bedtime. And then it turns out I did the same thing the next night and the next night and the next night, and I did it 160 times. So I have 160 videos of me saying I love you to Jack, and showing him tricks and showing him how we make food and everything. And then I also had a chance on a free Sunday to make this dinosaur for him. He was a dinosaur fanatic then, and he is now. And I used some old liners from Russian food containers and made this dinosaur in my off time. So after my flight, during my post-flight time, we were running so fast and doing so much for so many years. We've seldom had vacations together. And so Doug was able to go with me to Italy. Luca, my crewmate on the Soyuz, is from Italy, and he set up a post-flight for us. And it was kind of probably our first almost vacation together since we had Jack. And after that, we kind of got into some normalcy, where Jack started kindergarten. We got a new dog. We got to spend some time out at a cabin and just kind of take a deep breath for the first time in several years.
So in the summer of 2015, this is kind of the start of the DM2 story. We were selected, the four of us here, Sonny Williams, Eric Bowe, Bob Benkin, and I, to be the initial crews that would fly the commercial crew flights for either Boeing or SpaceX. That fall, we were lucky enough to get invited up to the White House, and it was an astronomy night, and we were all honored, of course, to meet President Obama. Wonderful night. In 2018, about 3 years later, Bob and I found out we were going to fly together. Bob also was a classmate of Karen and I in the class of 2000, and probably my closest friend in the astronaut office, other than, of course, my wonderful wife. So we spent a lot of time together earlier in our careers, and then, just having this opportunity to fly with one of your closest friends was just once in a lifetime, and a great way to cap off this flight.
SpaceX was fantastic in that families were important from day one, and they invited Jack and I out at one point to get a tour of the facilities, and Jack was able to try on one version of Doug's helmet and just see the production line of the vehicles and all that. It really was special for us as a family, and they took really good care of us. Our last trip, Doug had a training trip to SpaceX last March, beginning of the month, and Jack and I were able to tag along and do some things in the area. Little did we know that would be, when the pandemic basically started, and that was the last time, we traveled. And that I had made the decision a couple months earlier to retire from the astronaut office. So we get home from this trip, and at the end of the month, I retired on March 31st and became basically full-time in-home school monitor for our son, and then moved on to the summer activities of launch.
So all along that 5-year road, we had the opportunity to do multiple tests of all the different things you do. And this is my favorite picture of Bob and I after a water survival test down at Kennedy, kind of an open water test, just to validate all the things that we needed to do with the capsule landing in the water. This was taken by one of our trainers who was just instrumental in getting us from basically no training flow to the training flow we got to before we launched. Just an incredible amount of work done by such talented people out there at SpaceX. Here we are getting ready to head down to Florida for the launch of DM2. What's unique about this is typically we wouldn't be able to spend time with a child under 12 in quarantine. But since the whole world was in quarantine, we were able to stay together as a family, and I didn't have to separate from Jack in the 2 weeks prior to launch. And so once again, a silver lining to an otherwise very difficult pandemic for everyone.
Yeah, we got to do a lot of great things together. And, you know, usually we would be in the shuttle days, we would do a pad tour where you got to invite one person, usually your spouse, to go on the pad tour. SpaceX allowed us to have Jack there as well. And that was just so incredibly special to be able to see the vehicle up close like that. And a great family photo finally.
So night before what would have been our first attempt, and just an incredible achievement by the men and women of SpaceX, as well as the commercial crew program, and just unbelievable how fast we got here and how much work it took to get to that point where we were going to launch crews from the Florida coast again.
This launch experience, there we are again, you can see it's almost exactly the same looking as it was when Doug launched on 135. The difference here is Jack was old enough to know what was going on. And I have to say, about, you know, a second before this picture was taken, I was squeezing him hard, he was squeezing my hand hard. And as soon as it started lifting off, that boy was so excited, and every bit of nerve that he had just translated into this pure joy. It was fantastic.
Are you sure there was no helicopter there?
There might have been. He was very focused on vehicle.
So what I'd like to do now is show you a short video of the DM2 flight. I don't think it's ever been shown in public before, and we hope you enjoy it.
You're looking at the American-made rocket and spacecraft that will return American astronauts to the International Space Station from American soil for the first time since the retirement of the space shuttle, last flown nearly 9 years ago. We are looking at a live picture now of Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, and there the doors are opening.
Here they come.
And there they are, NASA astronauts. Small crowd, but big cheers. NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, Doug on the left, Bob on the right, and there are their families right in front of them.
Dragon SpaceX seats are in the launch position.
We copy.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX. Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
America has launched. So rises a new era of American spaceflight, and with it the ambitions of a new generation continuing the dream.
SpaceX docking sequence is complete.
Next Dragon, we copy, docking complete.
Dragon arriving.
We have Bob Behnken from SpaceX Demo 2 mission entering the International Space Station, followed by Doug Hurley. Demo 2 crew now aboard the International Space Station.
Copy, the hatch is open. Cover is also open. Copy all, and with that, I'll hand you guys over to Josh. Good job this morning, and have fun out there. Thanks, sir. Thank you, Doug.
It's hard to put into words just what it was like to be a part of this expedition, Expedition 63. It'll be kind of a memory that will last a lifetime for me.
As I look back on the mission that we've had here on the International Space Station, I'm proud to have been a part of much of the science activities that happened over the last 2 months. As Doug and Chris mentioned, the spacewalks and robotics activity.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. The final reconfigurations for undock are complete and nominal.
Dragon copies, go for undock on time. Our visors are down and we're ready for departure.
We copy all.
Good morning, Dragon Endeavor. I'm happy you went into space, but I'm even happier that you're coming back home.
Rise in time, Daddy. We love you. We can't wait to see you. Wake up, wake up.
Dragon SpaceX, deorbit sequence start.
Drogues now detach.
And there we have confirmation of deployment of the 4 main parachutes.
We are visual on 4 chutes out.
We are visual. 4 main parachutes deployed. 4 main. Splashdown.
As you can see on your screen, we have visual confirmation for splashdown.
SpaceX copies and concurs. We see splashdown and mains cut.
Dragon Endeavor has returned home.
On behalf of the SpaceX and NASA teams, welcome back to planet Earth, and thanks for flying SpaceX.
It's truly our honor and privilege to fly in flight of the Crew Dragon and Endeavor. Congrats, everybody at SpaceX.
And we see the hatch is now open. The hatch being opened at 12:59 p.m. Pacific, which is open.
So during that whole return, Jack and I got to watch from the Mission Control Center in Houston. Here's a family photo during the deorbit burn. You can see the straps on Doug's seatbelt straight out. That's because the burn is happening at the time. As we were watching them bobble around in water, we're watching them on their in-cabin video, and we saw them pick up the satellite phone, and we're thinking, oh, they must be calling the boat and all that. And the next thing you know, the cell phone rings, and they called us. So here we are chatting with Bob and Doug in the capsule. It was a pretty special moment. And finally, the family back together at crew quarters when they flew back to Houston.
Okay, just to end our talk, I'm not sure many people realize I had a a role with the 107 mission and actually spent a lot of time with the crew in the last year before they flew. I was a Cape Crusader, what we call C-squared, where we were the astronaut member of the closeout crew for each shuttle crew that flew, and I was lucky enough to be the closeout crew member for STS-107. And the tradition was to, since you were the last person out of Columbia, in this case, they would take your name tag and then fly it for you. And we did it on every shuttle mission. And this picture you can see is kind of floating in the pilot window. It was taken by Dave or Willie. I'm not sure which one, but it was sent down to me towards the end of January. And it just, I can't tell you how much it means to me to be a part of this this day and this celebration. It was just a wonderful crew, and I just consider myself lucky to have been a part of it, even though for both Karen and I and anybody who is, frankly, anybody around the world, but certainly as an astronaut going through that experience, it was just a life-changing experience. And anyway, I just wanted to put this in here as kind of the last, part about being an astronaut is there's the things that, we experience, in space are incredible, but this was just a tough thing to go through as an office and as an agency. And we learned from it, but, and we're keeping their memories alive, which is, I think, the most important part. And I think with that, we will stop sharing and we can take some questions if we have some time left.
Sure. So we do have some time left, hopefully a bit. Just wanted to say a great story. Specifically, I love the baby issues that you had on the way. I think it gave Houston, we have a problem, a whole new meaning. But anyway, thank you very much for sharing with us a small part of your day-to-day life. And now we can go to some questions. Some were sent before and some people sent us right now. So here we go. Gilad Sivan wants to know, what are the most urgent issues we need to solve regarding life in low Earth orbit and on the moon?
Well, I think, we've worked pretty hard in space over the last 20 years as far as ISS is concerned, just trying to figure out what the human body needs and what we need to do to mitigate all the effects of microgravity and radiation that we would experience. And Karen was a significant part of the eye testing. We've experienced ocular swelling of the eyes, among other things, with some crew members and vision changes. And so it's been a combination of science and testing that we've gone through to try to eliminate that. Of course, the bone density challenge, the longer your body is in space, your skeleton essentially breaks down, like you have osteoporosis. So the mitigating things that we can do with resistive exercise, mostly that help to reduce that. So we continue to do that in low Earth orbit. And I think all those things are going to pay huge dividends as we figure out what the human body needs to survive in space. We're going to look back on these days on board ISS as a success story when we go to the moon, and then ideally the ultimate goal is Mars.
Great. Another question by Elad Lerner. He wants to know if you want your kids to be astronauts, and if yes, then where would you want them to fly?
Yeah, we want Jack to be whatever he wants to be. We don't think he's interested in being an astronaut right now. He's very interested in dinosaurs still and paleontology. So I think if we were to discover fossils or that some living creatures were on another planet, that's where he would want to go. But seriously, in all honesty, we just want him to do what he has a passion for.
Yeah, that's how we got into this business, was we were passionate about flying in space. And, I think it makes a difference, whether it's your professional life or your personal life. And, that's all we want for him, is just to be passionate and go pursue those goals.
Jay Howard asks, I understand that NASA, but not other nation space agencies, as long-standing rules against married couples going to space together. Do you think that this will or should change?
Yeah, I don't know if it's actually a rule. I think that it might be an unwritten rule that we just generally don't do that. And in our case, having a child, we wouldn't do that. I think it depends on who the people are. That makes a big difference. And as we get to the point where we're going further away for longer periods of time, I think that's inevitable that would happen.
Yeah, we made the decision just because we have a son that we would never knowingly put ourselves in that same situation. So we wouldn't fly 238s together, and we wouldn't fly a mission together. But I certainly think there's merit to having couples fly together for many reasons. And I think it's just something we'll have to look forward to seeing how the psychologists and the behavioral performance folks solve that question as we have these longer missions much farther away from Earth.
Yeah, well, I guess we just need more and more people to go up there, and then we'll figure it out ourselves.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Another question, how do you think space tourism will look like in 10 years from now?
That's a great question. I sit here now thinking, trying to put myself back 10 years ago. So about the time we flew on 135, or we were getting ready to fly on 135, and then to think that we've already gotten the first 2 commercial space flights on board ISS, a third one getting ready to go, private astronaut missions potentially later this year. And that's just literally in a decade. And so I think, the cliche is the sky's the limit, but I certainly think it's just, I don't even know if you can be as forward thinking as where we could potentially be in another decade or two. It's just exciting. And, as we've always said, at least Karen and I for sure, it's just the more people that go to space, I think we are going to be better off as a world society. It changes you when you go to space. It makes you, think about our planet in a different way. They describe it as the overview effect, but I think it's even more than that. And I think, given all the strife that we've been through over the last year, certainly in the United States, we need to send more people into space to kind of give them a different perspective. That's maybe one of working together rather than working against each other.
Okay. That usually you say that a good presentation is one that has a slide for each question. So I had a question if you guys knew Ilan Ramon, but you had an answer for that. Another question from Arya Gottlieb, who says, "You are so cute and amazing. What should kids learn to be an astronaut?"
Well, the basic thing to learn to be an astronaut is the STEM field: science, technology, engineering, math. But beyond that, it is whatever you are passionate about. I think I've gotten questions before: should I study engineering, or should I be a doctor? Should I go into the military, or should I not? And all of those backgrounds, you can be an astronaut. And so it's important to pick the one that is the most exciting to you, and also the one where you can see yourself in that career if you don't become an astronaut. And when you're doing something that you love, you'll do a better job, and you'll stand out a lot more in it and have a better chance of reaching that goal.
Okay. When do you think that we will be able to tour the moon?
Not soon enough. We as astronauts thought by now, I think certainly when Karen and I both got here as new astronauts in 2000, thought by now we would have been touring the moon. And it's the challenges of changes in administration, it's changes in programs, it's budget shortfalls,